Okay, so let's continue the data discovery for the weather system. Last stream was Friday, and look at the progress here. So I think I refined the locations. I'll do a quick recap of that soon. Missing some music. Then we'll go full speed because there's a lot of stuff to talk about. Let's put this on. Start somewhere in the middle. Okay, so last time I was trying to find data on this government website. I think since then I have changed my strategy over the type of data. So turns out there is file type or a certain file structure. I should show you what I. Here's a line that they use to share, let's say, measurement. Like the weather station is sending this to some institutes, and there's a way to read this file or this line. And I started to write a parser, and here are some of the values. There's going to be a lot more than this. So if you process this line, I think so far we are processing till this point. So there's this part, which looks short enough, and normally this isn't going to be as short as this. So the problem with this section is that unlike the first part, you don't have a fixed number of indices and lengths, that you could have a variable length in between these two areas, and then it involves say you have multiple GD values. In this case you have GD1, GD2. In fact, there is GA1, GA2, so you could have multiple measurements, and that's all for 4 o'clock afternoon on December 2010. So naturally this area is going to be variable length. That led me to investigating more viable solutions so that I don't end up writing a big parser to parse, see, possible 88 and actually more, because sometimes you have these ranges too, so possibly over 100 identifiers. So then, yeah, for each identifier you have, luckily, the field lengths fixed, but then you would still have to make sense of these, because say sometimes this is a number, it's positive or negative, sometimes it's on a scale of 10, so that means you have to 10 and convert it to something else. So this is going to involve a lot of calculation. So in the meantime, I look for a different format. Luckily, in some obscure part of their website, there is actually a CSV format of same data. So let's look in one of these. I believe this is Toronto. Yeah. And the date is 2010. Okay. I believe it was line 9991. Let me see. I think this is the line that I copied. But this isn't the exact same line I copied into Godot interface, but this line is the CSV version of the line. Go. So as you can see, it's 4 in the afternoon, December 31st. So far, I confirmed that all these values are accurate. Let's double check. It's the airport. And here's wind direction and wind speed, 6.2 kilometers. Sorry, 6.2 meters per second. And here's the wind direction. So I also confirmed the other parts too. 780. Here it is. And 312 meters is the visibility distance. And we have 8 degrees and 5 degrees for air temperature and temperature. They should be right here. We still have to divide these numbers. At least when you look here in the column for the CSV, it's marked as due, and then this is one temperature TMP. So the ones after the values are showing the quality of the measurement. One is a very good value. So we still need to parse this, like break down some of these fields. So it's like 5 degrees with the best accuracy ever. We'll consider one as good value. So 9 is like missing, or yeah, 9 is usually missing. When we finish accepting this data, we still need to clean it up so that maybe if we have missing data here, maybe we'll take over the previous value. And then we have to do this cleanup rest of the file. You get to this point, now you can see GD1 having those multiple fields per header. Some of them are longer, some of them are shorter. As you can see, you have the more GF1 includes a lot of fields, and this one doesn't. So that's it, but this is happy news because they already did the brunt work for us, so we don't have to separate the information out of this sort of bit. And also this RAM part is a bit scary too, but I think I decided after all that I'm not going to do much about it, because when we get to the end of this line, we will have a we will have an EQD section and REM section. Those are blue and green here. This is the EQD and this is the RAM. RAM. I don't think that is going to be important. So, which means there will be some kind of CSV importing into Google Sheets. We actually did something like that last week. And then we'll convert that data into JSON, but I'm not going to stop there. JSON. Still need to find a clever way to store this data, and hopefully not in a JSON structure. Because for each hour, if you create each hour as an object, each object might have properties like this and then their values. But the data is not compressed, but it's easy to read. You certainly keep a copy of that JSON file, but what I would like to do ultimately is something like this. I want to convert the data into kind of like noise map, so that the values are presented by shades of gray. So as usual, although that is the plan, whether it will be accomplished by the end of today or not is a question to be answered. So let's talk about something kind of important in terms of planning and future-proofing things. Now, last week when I was looking for cities, I came up with 4 classifications. Go into here, I think I'll show them as files. So I found a data source that included 41,000 cities. Out of those, I only included those cities that have over 500,000 people, and I did the same thing for 750, 1 million, 2.5 million people. So right now, I think I'm going to work with 1 million and above. And if you look at the number of cities in the world, we have 445 cities with over 1 million population. Now, not all of this is eligible. For example, well, this is just an example. This is an eligible example. Actually, this file, this just happens to be the good file. Let me show you the not good 1 million people case. So this one will have more than 545. So out of 726 cities that have more than 1 million people, unfortunately, some of those cities don't have their climate data reported. So I do some kind of lookup. So if we find the data here in the records, then I'm also eliminating the not duplicates, but in one city you could have multiple weather stations. So I'm trying to pick the best weather station. So after all, clean things up, we have the best candidate cities that have a nearby station with the most accurate data, and that's for over 1 million. So we could do the same thing for 2.5 million too. Let's check it out. Is over this. So in this case, the number of cities we can play with is 242. So that's a lot of cities. So none of this will matter if we can't simulate weather condition for at least one of the bits. But it's actually good news because now that we have data, we can pretty much. So one sample data is collected. Sort of set of data, say for Toronto. I do have data for 28 years. So this is 2010 data, this is 2009 data. We go as far back as 82. There are a few missing years. I think the website has had trouble in their database. There are some warnings here and there. I see certain dates are missing. Sometimes the station is not reporting, although in a year case, I don't think the station failed to report records long enough for. But this is still good news, so we'll get going with this. So close this one because I'm going to work this data, which also happens to be here. Do Alt Z. Okay. This is the same exact data that we were actually for in the afternoon. Now, what I'm curious about is making sure that we are working with the most accurate situation, right? So let's see. The last field, useful field, OD1. We have AA1. We have SLP due. Okay, so here are some of the fields that must have been between add and rem sections. So let's quickly look at how many different, let's see, qualifications have been. I think the number might be 31. And it's 29. How do we know that? Because there are 58 matches of double quotes, since double quotes. Case we have 29 unique cases. However, here's where I might be concerned about. Now, let's look here. AA1, AA4, AA1, AA2, obviously AA3 and AA4 are missing, and there are many missing identifiers than. So in other words, what I'm thinking is going to happen is that in a different CSV file, in the header section, we are going to find a different combination, perhaps less, perhaps more than 29 identifiers. So if I'm gonna go with the simplex noise, I cannot rely on variable number of fields, because this is actually a bit better look at things. So this is also a simplex noise. If I'm going to have a fixed length of data, say in this area, so let's say this is sort of like 1 by 1 pixel, and we are going this far to talk about like dew temperature, air temperature, elevation, that kind of thing, Toronto's height and whatever. And then if we want to simulate the part between add and then rem here, we should assume that things are going to go in a sequential order. So if this is my order, then I must store the values for each one of these in a JSON file, but when I'm applying them to a noise filter or noise map, maybe this one will come before this one, depending on, of course, this order. And the order could very well be in. So at least we will know that we will have AA1 followed by AA2, and each field, each identifier will have an equal length like this. And after that, four sets of for a set of 4 identifiers, we will have AB1 with 7 pixels, so that it's not a wild guess. So that's the plan. And that took what, 20 minutes to talk about? Yeah, it's an ambitious project. First things first, we do have data folder here. I think these are useful, but I have these, so get rid of them. This is still something useful. Export is a folder that we use to when we use the CSV to JSON converter in Google Sheets. I think I'm gonna create a new folder here following this sort of structure. I have data, geography matters, NOAA, and So I'll, since this is data, I'll call new folder, just folder. Mind you, it actually seem logical, right? Import a folder here. So Toronto folder. By the way, these CSV files, they look innocent, yet there's a lot of uncompressed data. 190 megabytes is a lot of text data. Consider the fact that for 1 year, 2010, we had 10,000 measurements. So we need to do a lot of cleaning up. Maybe we'll get rid of this one. Let's say this is measured at 822. Maybe we only care for round hours, like 8, 9, 10. Nothing in between. This one. Else? Are you still uploading, sir? You are. So we'll convert each one of these to Google Sheet file, and then we'll have to do some cleanup, and hopefully I would like to automate this progress because I'll have to do this in the future for, let's say, hundreds of cities times 30 files. A lot of files. Maybe I should have just dropped the last one, start working with it, while the rest would be uploaded. Well, let's wait. Think about what to do here. Now in the CSV file, naturally, this one, latitude, or of course everything looks like a string. This has to be converted to numbers. Now, I believe Google Sheets is smart enough to understand that this is a number, but I do recall from previous week's case that it still considers this as a string. So we would have to do cell formatting. I think this is going to be really important in cases like this too, although I have to separate these. So I don't really know how to handle this actually in Google Sheets. So perhaps I was a little bit premature in importing everything into Sheets yet. Do I want to write a file cleaner at this level or do it usually in Google Sheets? Because we also have to incorporate this information. Let's say, move it forward. This is still one of the good fields. This is not this one. GA1. Okay, let's open this guy. This guy is going to be important. GA1. GA1 describes sky cover. For example, here This is GA1. So when it says 0708, what it means is the other way around. So it's 7 octaves or 8 octaves. So it's like how much of it is covered. So cloudy. 5 is it passed all quality control checks, that kind of thing. We don't want that value to be 2 or 3 or 6 or 7. So we need some kind of control check to see if the value that is here, first part, is other than 1 or 2, that kind of. We need to be alerted. And then the next batch is base height dimension. Here's the description. This is, as far as I remember, after reading over 1,000 pages of how this whole thing is structured or measured. This is the distance between the weather station to the lowest height of a cloud formation. So in this case, if this number is low, the clouds are close to the surface. Number is really high. In this case, maximum is 35,000 meters. That means that there isn't much cloud going on. So that's 6 characters. After that, we still have that 5, and then we have code 99 and 9. 99 is here, missing. The cloud type is, sometimes when it's a known cloud type, you get to read the cloud type, and in this case it's missing. Now, some of this is not relevant for the game. Nevertheless, we still have to include it in the data file or in that simplex noise, because as I was explaining earlier, I have to make sure that my data length is consistent. That's the idea. What I can do at some point, if I have an informed, much more informed the situation, I may still keep the length the same, but stack all the useful ones to the beginning of that range, and then mark everything else sort of black or white. It's all like, don't care about those values, but the total length will still be the same, that kind of thing. So in other words, I'm kind of creating my own number 9 case. That's going to be marked with some kind of, I don't know, maybe 0 will be missing or ignore data. So we need to figure out a way to what's the right word, expand this data. This is not going to look okay in a Google Sheets situation. It's just going to look like a long string. Perhaps I'm going to have to write my own CSV to JSON converter. Nevertheless, there is some benefits. Let's open one of those files. I think 2010, double click. This is going to create a new file when we open it. Let's double check. Back we have 10,000 lines. This is done automatically for us. I like that. In fact, we could actually remove this 2 columns, this one, because we already know the height. And this is the call number for the Toronto station. This is also redundant. We already know this because that's the file name. We will keep this. Maybe we will divide this into two. But here lies the trouble. If you look at the column for this one, or one of these ones, this one is not measured for each hour. Measured only certain hours. AC1. Let's look up AC1. It's the precipitation observation history. So the value is 1 C9. It lasted between 1 and 3 hours continuously. And 9 is it passed gross limits check if element, because the element is present. In this case, we kind of assume it's 1. That's my own interpretation. How am I going to massage this data? That fancy case. Right, GA1. GA1, yep. 085. I'm actually curious. Let's open. This area looks different. Sidebar. Let's do a basic export here. Thinking perhaps too many lines. Yeah, it's reading. Yeah, this looks different to me today. There you go. So, fortunately, I deleted. That's right. History. Yeah, I did delete it. So I have to figure that again. I think I chose. I think there's a trick to turn this into an array by thinking that this comma is actually the editor. Yeah, here you could put your own separator too. Let's visualize this. I might have like ignore the header. No, actually it's going to use the header as that. This is wrong though. Export total contents as a raw JSON array. I think doing something like this in the browser is really open. There you go. Station number, date, source. Latitude, longitude, it's all good. Report type is synoptic metar. Stands for call sign. Wind. So let's look at GD1. Here it is. This is a good start. MA1 N129. Thing to do with pressure? No. Pressure, yes. Anytime I see 10,000-ish hectopascal, yeah. So yeah, I'll do the cleanup later, perhaps decide which one of the indicators is relevant or important. But this is a value we are interested in, and it's measured perfectly. After this, we have the 5 digits. 5151. Pressure rate. This is the observation point. This is so between these two values, both are showing pressure. This is the station pressure. The real measurement is. I think in the end, when I parse this data, I'm also going to check something like this. So that this is what's reported to the public, right? This is apparently what the weather station deems important for mere mortals. So on a specific date, I'm going to find. In fact, actually, let's find it today. This one is 8 in the morning, January 1st, 2000. We do have historical climate data. Yes. January 1st. Until 1 hourly January. Good. Yeah, 173.40 going to be here. Yeah, it's more or less the same. This is good. Everything is fine. 8 in the morning. Here it is. Station pressure 99. Here. It's 1.3, dew point -4. Let's look at here. This is actually 0.8. This is 1.6. Quite matching. Beyond this, yeah, January 1st. Wind direction. It's not quite there. (82) relative humidity. I think that was marked here in the simple report. Where did my MA go? So 99, okay, 992.1. Fortunately, that's matching, but the rest is sort of not matching. Mine, I thought this was all metric. There's a part of me that's thinking imagine (1.6). Not gonna happen though. It's kind of started well, and then let's see, LST time. Oh, I think I might be looking at the wrong hour, perhaps, because it's going to be either 12 or 4 o'clock here. See, funny thing is, yeah, things have shifted. Snow showers, it was here at 8 o'clock. Now it's moved here. So let's double check these numbers. Fully here. No, not that one, this one. So 8 o'clock. 1.6, 0.8, not there, but what was this? Humidity, we never really get to see that. And this is the wind direction, 220, that's not there. 2.6 is the wind speed, it's also wrong. However, this is kilometers. When you convert 2.6, you multiply it by 3.6, which actually may be 3.6 times 3.6. That kind of checks out. Okay, that's like, what is it? Yeah, 9 kilometers, so that checks out. Visibility 16.1, that checks out more or less. Okay, 19.18, that's also the MA1, the second part. So I guess the report is done based on the station pressure. It's cloudy. Somewhere here there's actually a marker that talks about that value. Could even be this 61. I think 61 stood for MW1. Let me check. Barely remembered. There was a long list here. 61, rainy, continuous, that kind of thing. Yeah, this one. Okay, so we have to do some checking, due diligence here. It may not matter that much, but then again, if the effect is compounding, then might. Either way, in my future, I predicted I'm gonna have to write some parser for each one of extract some meaningful data. For the time being, can I write a macro? Thank you, sir. Where exactly do you write something like that? So this is 2010 Toronto. Just opened here. And the cleanup I'm going to do it for the other 28 years. It's going to involve something like I think this is always going to be get rid of this might be important for me. Get rid of this. I believe this is always VO20, but I don't know. I haven't examined enough cases for different cities. Data cleanup. No. The text to columns is something we might need. I think I'll do that in my own convert. Interesting. Before I go into that territory, I do have the backups of this. We are recording a macro. Use absolute references. Relative references. Use exact location as recorded. Use active selection. I'll go with this, I think. We need I think I need to remove all this and yeah, it might be a good chance to look at other files for this. I have a feeling this isn't the first time I'm going to trigger a macro. Delete selected columns. When I said delete, why are you leaving them here? Okay, I guess you did it. Anyway. Is it? This is what we have to do. Change G, all these values to numbers. But we did that last week. There was only this 4 digits. There's no comma. So I have to do that conversion myself later, unless I'm dividing this into 2 columns for the. So here is actually our chance to do something like, well, maybe split it. And when it's not 1, you take over the previous cell's value. Look, wow, kind of, unfortunately, everything is 1. Yeah, let's go with this. This macro will be called remove redundant or irrelevant. That's what this is. Okay. Spreadsheet, get active sheet, delete columns. Spreadsheet, get active range, get column. Get active range, get non-column. Activate. Get range page 4 activate, and that's the one that I selected here. Fine. So I could actually do something like, well, select this, split, and whatever. That's good news. Now, as far as I know, this synoptic meter is measured every 6 hours. There's yeah. So in between, we'll have 15 and 16 FM measured. Normally by the hour we have the FM 15 ones, and in between we could have 16. So I'm gonna double check if that's the case. Maybe I'll get rid of all the 15 parts. Can we do a highlight? I think conditional. Then I had a conditional sort of style highlighter format. Conditional format. If text contains text is exactly FM16, apply to range is all the B. There. Let's check. In between, another in between, definitely in between. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes, sir. Yes. That object. Yeah, I can confirm all the 16 ones are in between hours. And most of them actually come with the 9. The culprit is gone, so can we do some kind of selection like this? Select the rows where column B has value 16. I don't think that is possible. Yeah, I think I could go about this 2 ways. Just arbitrarily pick this area. Good, good, good. Nope, good, good, nope. I think it is safe to delete the. This is not providing much value here either. Well, it does here. But again, 02.5, 02, 5, and some other value. What is that? GA1, GA2. Down. We are here, right? So in 45 minutes, what is happening here? So what I see is in 45, the value 2490 dropped down to 2130, and then in next 15 minutes it goes very quickly down to 100. It's not a big loss in my opinion. We are after some level of accuracy, but not point accuracy. So the 2 ways to go about this. One is that before I import CSV, I run a script on this file that removes the lines where the column. Well, this is the wrong column name here, but where it says FM16 is removed. Or I do that here. Don't know how to do it. In Google Sheets. Google Sheets. Select rows Why am I not getting? Oh, because I'm in fire. Google Sheets. Select based on cell value. Lookup. Looks through a sorted row or column for a key and returns the value of the cell. But I do want to select the rows, not exactly write a formula. Filter. This is another sheet that acts as a so I'll create another sheet out of this one. So maybe there is some filter, there's some merit to this. So in other words, imagine I cleaned up. That's part of the macro. Then it creates a new sheet. And here we type filter. And the range is this 10,000 is a sketchy number. All the rows. How about we do sheet 1? Filter. It like this. Sheet 1 exclamation mark. I think the exclamation mark is separating the A1 from the sheet. Let's say sheet 1, comma. Condition is such that this is where we do sheet 1. So this is what we said, right? If db, let's check this rule here. Similar. See, when I applied it to the range, it automatically found. So this is what I'm guessing. 366 days, most number of days. So the other night I thought about this, like, okay, every 4 hours, so every 6 hours there is the METAR measurement, and in between some of those FM16, so 30 measurements per day. So that's why we have roughly 10,000 records. I think the most this could go is use it 15. This is the range. However, that's not really. Oh, here's the range. Sheet 1 is the range. Addition. So that range is bigger than or not that value, which is the text is not, you write it as column or row containing true or false values. Column or row from A2 to A26. A2, A26. Okay, so it's still similar. We do B1. But now we are so I get a feeling that range is actually this sheet. This condition is here. It's not. What's the range? Range is A1 to a 15,000. It's really responding to that. For this to kind of but worst case scenario, you gotta have as many rows the condition goes in case this condition is not formula parser. Do it. Do this. Still error. So it's not about that. The data to be filtered. Column or row containing true or false values corresponding to the first column or row of range. So this was true as well. Oh. Want to include all the from here, right? Undo this just in case I submit it. So I want to start from A1 to we'll do AZ. In case we have more of these IDs coming in here. So sheet 1. Exclamation mark. A1 to AZ. 15,000. There's nothing. How about I do this sort of the helper? Imagine I'm typing this. Here's the range. I do range something like this. Here's the file. I'll replace this with sheet 1. Oh, my bad. I think I did it right. This name is incorrect. So one of the things that I'll do is the macro first open this, clean up, relabel this sheet 1, and then open a new one. This is going to be sheet 2. was on the right track, to be honest. We're going to be sheet 2. We'll call this without M16. Okay. Without. We'll call this sheet 1. Come here. Are you working now? Pretend I'm writing it here. Use this. Sheet 1. Okay, now we say from 1 to... That's actually a better selection. And now you do 1 to 15. Imagine we are here. The condition part. Cut this. Come here and say in all the bees so that it is not right. Maybe they use this. Because if I use the exclamation mark, does it think that I'm actually finding a column in the sheet? Let's look for if. Or equal. Conditional. Logical. If. See if this says, okay, is full. So A2 is full, so is not full or is not. No, this is the text. Okay, so A2 equals full, then how do you negate? If the value, if the value is an error, it's different. Not. Logical expression, not true. I put string in it, not A2. It's immersing it. Okay. Because I think the logic is okay, but my syntax is not. So in all the B, hit 1. If I do this, I think I'm confident it's going to. Fine. Yeah, see, it's doing it. How do we reverse this? Do the opposite of this. So could you bring the yeah, it's only returning these though. I could do something like either sci-mt or fm15. But then I also have to do something like cut this formula, put it here. It's going to do its thing. But here, what did you do? Try this. Okay, whatever. You gotta copy the first row here too. It's to be something like plot. Wow. Everything. Yeah, do everything. Okay, is there something like copy, duplicate? Maybe what it should be. Because I can do it like. Okay, I'll figure that out. So we will need this. Copy it here. Okay, something. And then here we only want to pull the ones that are not FM16. Only I could write the not case here. If I do this, how do you negate here? What am I missing? Google Sheet formula is equal to. I have a not thing, but that not is accepting a cell. Maybe it's not going to work. I don't think this is meaningful. Not. This is not double, right? It's single. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Okay, so let's write in my first assumption. It's this. Do it. Not equal. Turns true if two specified values are not equal. That's kind of what we want, but will it work? It did. In fact, I didn't even have to buy the first row. So if it's not, it takes the first row. So I think I had, I don't know, a handful of like maybe 1200 records. So now I should have roughly 8800 records. Okay. That's good. And everything here should be the exact hours instead of the in-between hours. Okay, so this is one part of the macro. How am I going to inject this into the current macro is the question. Okay. And we gotta do this for each year. The one problem I may see here is why do I have OD1 here? Actually, OD1 here too. And here's the number AL or column name. Okay, that's still stand. Okay, that's what I was maybe. I was hoping this would read AM or A. It's fine. We're not losing any data. So what did I essentially do? I opened the file, I ran this macro, which I'll have to re-record. Can we add on top of the macro? Which macros? The one. Edit script, which is going to take me here. So that's fine. So after I clean up, I'm here. I don't even need to do this. Then I relabel the sheet to sheet 1. I create a new sheet with this name. And then I paste this formula. And that gives me this result. From here, I'll do things like visualize. These have to be selected. And here it is. And in the future, maybe we'll cut these two out too. And then we'll do the rest in system. Thank you. So let me copy this. Cut or copy. Notepad, paste it here. So imagine I have this file gone. Can I keep typing here? Why not give it ventures here? Spreadsheet. There's something like rename. There you go. We call this sheet. Then we do let's do comments are double quote. I mean double yes. This is a valid comment. This looks comment. Okay, so this is the cleanup. I don't care. It could be activated. Bit of getting of metadata actually about station information. First thing we do is we rename it current sheet, and then we get sheet, insert sheet, create sheet, insert sheet. It come with a index, not typing index options. How about name? Yeah, at some point I'm gonna have to switch to the next spreadsheet, right? There you go. We call this without FM60. Without FM. Then what we do is switch to another sheet, which is get active sheet. Do you have methods? Get sheet. Do you do fuzzy selection? Get sheet by no, get sheet name. Get sheet by name. Okay, that's what I thought I was choosing. Here's the name without. Let's not have a typo there, right? Otherwise, we'll be here until morning. You sort of like get range, put it in A1. I pasted formula. Yes, I do that by doing set range. Start. How about we do something like we get range, but then activate it. Then in the active cell, just for argument's sake, let's do something like C3 activate. Okay, let's see if this is going to work. Save this. By the way, problem is, see, this is what happened last time. This macro is assigned to this file. I want that macro to be not file specific. I'm going to do it like Noah data cleaner simplifier. Let me look it up. Check the ID. Of course, it doesn't exist. Add a Check the ID and access permission. Before I freak out, remove irrelevant parts. Also the macro's name, function. Okay. Identifier sheet. Perhaps do you not like spaces? I guess not. Okay. A valid JavaScript identifier. Don't like add a service. Okay, maybe I'll do it as library now that I think I understand. Yeah, I would want this to be available as a service, perhaps, to all the sheets in scene. It. The documentation. GS. Google Sheets API. Okay. Is this now accessible elsewhere? Is it accessible here? This is the good part, but this is because it's already assigned to this. Because if I do this, let me go back. If I choose this, okay, so do your thing. See, it's not available. Got it. So this was how about I try to copy you, remove you. Any references? Yeah, I'm not even. But the library. Look it up. I'm able to look it up. Check the ID and okay, how about just this? Such thing doesn't exist. I'm frustrated. Executions. Who is executing who? Script ID. These are the unique identifiers of your app's script. I think this is something I used long time ago to access a certain file to pull it with Node and then do some monkey business. Triggers. Add a filter. Add trigger. New trigger. Execution. There is no. Okay. So we are back here. So file. New deployment. Add on. Yeah, this is where it got complicated. Share this first. How about I do this, and because I am myself and I'm getting it myself, right? Will this be available to the other files? Let other people and groups to use this project as a library. Share this project with them. So if this belongs to this, here, how about this? Let's close it and reopen it. 2009, this time it's this. Just figure it out. See, it's not. Import macro. Why can't you even import macros? Itchy. I think this really had something to do with managed deployments. Maybe if this import was accessible, I could have put this URL, but it's not possible. Library doesn't work. This doesn't really work. Script ID. By their ID. What ID? Okay. I am the author. Add a library to your script project. To the left of the app's script editor. Script ID field, paste in the script ID of the library. Click lookup. Use a library. How can I create a library? There. Create a version deployment of your script. Okay, now we go here. All the red tape, like, okay. something about this, right? Change project type to. So we come here again. Change project GCP. But it is. So you select GCP project your script uses. Different. To the new project number and okay. Jumping through hoops. Create project. No climate data. No organization. They were great. Feel like I'm in the big leagues now. We did this. Come back here. Remember to set up your auth scope after creating your project. You do that. Security. F it. Enter the Google platform project number below. You set a new project. GCP project number, set project. The project number, this is it. Okay, since I couldn't find it, now let's take me to it. It's under credentials, which wasn't accessible. Missing the following required permissions. Resource manager projects get not have sufficient permissions. I just created it. How do I not have access to something I have? This is gonna take me to that exact same screen, I bet. But because this is actually within this screen, not accessing it external, let's say. Okay. Only available to users within your organization. You will not need to submit your app for verification. Thank you. Because you're not a Google Workspace user, you cannot then FU. Whatever. I'm only trying to give access to my files here. Why do I have to go through all this? Really bizarre. App name, are we still using this app name? App domain. Developer contact information. Save and continue. Oops. This feels like I'm in order to enable a certain macro to all my files, I'm kind of defining my macro as part of an application and creating an auth so that my other scripts can hit the same service by signing up to this service, which is we are going to need see your primary Google account email address, your personal info. See, associate you with your personal info. One of these will be about Drive. Like Google Drive. Sounds innocent, but I don't think I need it. I don't think I need any of this. I don't need to do it. So we are done here. Yeah, this is the right moment to talk. So this is it. We come here and we say this. Standard project number. So what happened now? With this here. We want to deploy. Before it said sure, if you want to do deployment, here you are. Here you are. New description add-on. It's the description too. This can also be used as a library. Deployment. It's well done. What impact did this have? Let's close our 2009. Let's make sure this is bringing up this one. Get add-ons. Will this actually list it here? Is my own app? like library, right? Where do I... A mess. Search apps. So this is an add-on. Do I have to wait a bit? Workspace marketplace. It's as if I'm in the wrong place. Yeah, this is the stuff that I have. Apps script project. Here's the ID. Copy. There's something like... So here's the library. Welcome to the API library. Search for APIs. Here's the API ID. Can you find it? You cannot. Here's another way of finding it. You find it. Cannot. So where's my... This is the activate for whatever, dismiss. And I see my own stuff. Okay, so far we've come this way. Okay, we did this. New deployment, select type, enable deployment types. Create a version deployment. We did this too. Add a library to your script project. Look up. Libraries. Script ID. Look up. Cannot find it. Because this was like this. It was all lowercase. And you can't even find that. Okay. Services. Was identifiers. You just know. This was a useless case too, right? Whatever. Blank. Deploy. Yeah. I don't really know what's going on here. Okay. Plan B. I may have uninstalled it. What was it? Wasn't open library, it was this. Yeah. Let's download it. Maybe I only need the individual versions. How can I download that? What is the name for the call it calc? Okay. Can we download it from here? Download just this. There you go. Singular download question. Not found. Why can't I find that information? Let's see. Okay, we'll probably write some similar macro, and we'll discover most likely the same way of doing record exclusion here in LibreOffice. Short break while downloading. Okay. So this is downloaded. Install it. I don't think I need this. Either this. All fine. Can we get this area bigger? We cannot. Sure. But this is actually installing everything, not letting me choose. Because by default, it's even installing this logo toolbar. Whatever. Sure. So of course the best part of this desktop version of Flow is, well, not the best part, but what we are hoping is that the macro will be shared among files. Let's go and open the calculator. Calc. Do I know? Let's not do this. So we do have CSV files. So let's do open. Where are we? We are in Geography Matters, Doha, Toronto, and we are going to open this one. Open. Okay. Good. Okay, it kept all this. No monkey business. No monkey business here. There's an extra space here, unlike Google Sheets. Does it exist in? Doesn't exist here. So I hope it's just for me visually here. Maybe this is just the font that looks like there's some space. Okay, I think this is okay, and then it goes all the way to OD1, and the cutoff point is rem. So, okay. In fact, this is without space, so that's good news. It's all good, legit. Okay, fine. Now, first things first, we need to do this, I'm guessing. Tools, macros, organize basic, bean shell. This basic being basic programming language. Edit macros. This is giving me hope, this area. Because this is the file specific. There you go. This is all my macros. Standard. Good. Module 1. Main. Submain. Let's relabel this. Right click is not doing. Standard. Module. Okay, I think I'm going to get there soon. So let's record a macro first. Tools, macros, run a macro. Oh boy. A bit too late for it, isn't it? Trying to run the macro, but how do I install those? So this is the one. So yeah, okay, I knew this. Okay, I could have gone here and done it. So okay, accept all. Windows, orbit, offline. I'm okay with that. I think this lets you choose the word. It does it by itself. There you go. Sure. I think if I use OpenOffice, it would also require something like that. Good. Now let's try again. And Recent documents. Open it. Open it. Tools. Macros. Run macro. I'm gonna say what macro. Module 1. Main. How am I going to... So there's no save actions as macros. So it actually opens the... Okay, so... going to be fun too. When we do something like this, there's some kind of a log or I can register the name of the... So that's the macro script line. Okay, let's look it up. Record macro. Not the only one. Yes, asking for it. Choose tools, macros, record macro. Why did I not choose? Where is it then? So I think I downloaded version 17. This is 6. Oh, I see. Okay. This is version 7. Okay. When in writer, it's missing. Make sure that macro recording feature is enabled in tools options. Advanced. Specific part. Okay. No. Okay. This is the generic. This is the one. Here's the Java runtime environment. Here we go. Tools, macros, recording it. Smarten up. So you do this, this. So in Google, ACDEI, then AT and AU. This. You delete. Then we relabel this sheet. Came in doing that. Create a new sheet. Call this .fm. Then we write a formula here, and this is where I'll hope I can write this while the macro is recording. Plus filter. Fortunately, that's filtering XML. Know what I'm doing? FX. Spreadsheet related things like this. Making it up as I go. Sheet. Turns the internal sheet number of a reference or a string. Rows, give me There's a number of rows. All the rows except lookup, H lookup. So what I'll do is just cancel this. I'll inject this later. Stop recording. And standard module 1 main. Still have no idea how to label new module. Maybe I'll relabel the module. Sure, do it. If we come here, just make like I'm checking how this compares to Google. So delete columns, but which columns are you deleting? Not specified here. So I'm changing the name to sheet 1. Arcs 2. Rename table. Like, how do you trigger new sheet? It's not even here. How do you know which columns to delete? This looks sketchy to me. Because here's what I'm going to do. This is 2010. Open a new one. 2009. Accept it. And tools, macro. Run macro. This one, may run it. Yeah, see, it's all over the place. It did this without it. Everything else is garbage. Don't save. Disappointing. So I can try to record a new one. In fact, I'll do that with the 2009 file. I have a feeling it's not going to work. Record it. Station. It's not that. This. I. AT. Oh. This. You delete columns 1, and we do just this is enough. Okay, overwrite this. Yeah, I don't care. Overwrite, come here. Yeah, what is the array? Not working, not recording. Yeah, but this is a very basic thing. It doesn't even understand the column selection there. There's no IntelliSense either. Okay, this is a good moment to drop this because it's pissing me off. We have enough shit to deal with. This is stupid. Alternative. Uh, is OpenOffice any better? Yeah, I'm just gonna take a quick look. Sorry. Um, Hi. Yeah, here it is. Of course, there's another one. Always another one. This is done. Overflow. Bye. Okay. Done. Not an in-depth. This is but. Oh, here goes nothing. Want to download this? Which pack? Full installation. 60-bit, 64-bit. Oh, there is no Windows 64. Okay, that's fine. And we download. Okay, we come back here. I'm going to close these two files. After all, I haven't changed to 2010 either. Thank you for thanking. Because I'm going to be doing this hundreds of times, I need to establish a decent pipeline. Because I'm not going to do this all at once. Most likely I will forget some steps. So the fewer steps there are and the more self-explanatory they are, better it is. So I could take a few quick notes, figure this, put this into there, that kind of stuff. Okay. Sure. Custom. Bulk. Scientific formulas and equations. This looks fancy stuff. I don't think I'll need that. Draw is the illustration stuff, I believe. Impress is the present. Base is okay, there's database stuff. This is Word, Excel. This looks like Paint. PowerPoint. This is fancy thing. Additional stuff. Yeah, sure, do all of this. Yeah. Yep. Done. So far, the fact that I can individually install Calc compared to LibreOffice installing everything is right there. Win number 1. Finish. Open it. First name. Why not? Open. Geography Matters. Noah, Toronto, 2010. Let's go. This is where it kind of lost. Nice to have this larger. Also, it didn't automatically detect. I have to select this and then it separates. Okay. I'm assuming it's good enough. Okay. Okay. Let's just check the quality of things. Macro. Data, tool, macro. Record macro without any fuss. That's good. Organizing. Yeah, so basic is, yeah, I see. Okay, it's this is its own sort of language. So hopefully I'll be able to write my own JavaScript or Python macros. I can handle that. And my dialogues, standard libraries. I see. This is where we do some stuff. So standard. So how about I create a new one and I call this Noah. Okay. Might write different here's Noah. Module 1. Edit. Let's right there, module 1. I hope when you closed it you didn't consider as cancelled. Done. Noah dialogues. Okay, this is just major. I'm guessing I'll be able to edit the name. Call this climate data simplifier. Invalid name because doesn't like spaces. So that's good enough. So let's record something. A, B, A, not B, A, C, D, E, E, I. This one. This bad boy. Just to delete it's like this ASOD1 business. This used to be a different letter here. I have a feeling if I go here, I'll see the empty ones. So, problem number 1. When you deleted the contents, do this. Delete columns. Okay, so that's different than this one. So I should have been under. So this icon looked different. Middle red instead of this. Okay, we gotta start over. Stop recording. Don't save it. I'll save it in here, but I revert. How do we revert? Reload. Let's record again. A, B, D, I. Actually do this first. This first. Right click, delete columns. AL is OD1. Back to this. So this is actually luckily called sheet 1. I like that. Let's create another sheet. Third sheet. Call this one without FM6. After current sheet or before, so that actually is name is this. Okay, and we'll write some kind of formula here which I'm formulating, and we'll save this in this. You want to overwrite. Now come here. I was afraid these two applications were sharing some common elements. So where exactly are my columns? Again, non-existent. So, because here's how it will happen. Won't. 2009. Open it. Comma. Done. Now we select the macro. None of this will be done. I'm okay. Wow. I hope it would be done, but it would be sort of magic because there is no record of it, right? On macro. Is this a joke? When you install the stuff, you kind of install it for the platform, not for this application. So this probably is lacking Okay, so now we smartened up and found it. Run. So it did this, but see, it only recognized this, but it's going to keep all the other stuff. See, when I look here, this is only deleting the first column. This is what it means. And it only deleted the first column, which was whatever it was, the code number of the station, file name. So it doesn't actually recognize other columns. Only there was a way to get some IntelliSense here, right? Catcher. Maybe I could. I don't think I can work with this. So if I actually create a new macro, new script file like this, how do I do that? I do this. Okay, it's doing that. How about we come here and we say organize macro JavaScript. Thinking. JavaScript macros. Can we create one? Or we say new module, just here, edit. Select module, just this. Insert basic source, save basic. Okay, so kind of stuck here. Now, Google Sheets works fine, except the macro that I'm defining for one file is not accessible by other files. I tried to look into that, turned into a shit show. This means I have to discover a whole bunch of other things about how application level stuff works and other stuff. Like I'm not really willing to get into that. Okay, and let's say that my app is now enabled. Apparently it's not. Okay, so this still seems to be the best, with the caveat that I'm copying and pasting this into the macros for each file. Because all the desktop options are disappointingly complicated. Yeah. Big disappointment there. Hopefully someone has written a quick guideline about enabling add-ons or macros to your own files in G Drive. None. Not interested. This is when, like, yeah, you download other people's signals. So why can't I download my own? I thought I did it. Application sheets, yeah. Can be published from Google Workspace Market. Google Workspace Marketplace. This is it. Do I get to see my own? Yeah. This is okay. But this is only listing what's available to sheets. How do I get to see mine? This is just my Google account. It has nothing to do with the app itself. Say more, it's just deploy this project, new deployment. But see, I already did this with the specific name here, right? In fact, I kind of want to delete this. This is from, yeah, an hour ago. Just archive this. Yeah, archive it. Bye. Here's another untitled one. Archive that too. I don't care. This is the true one. Add-ons can be published from Google Workspace Marketplace. Google Workspace Marketplace. Published. Is only, yeah, running it. apps script deployed. Okay, let's refresh it just in case. I don't think I'm doing it. This is how you get add-ons. Then I'm hoping my Noah thing is available to me. Fuck. Okay, so let's find another one of these. So I think I lost the manage. Did it? Yeah, there's no such thing like enable it to. This is a whole other mess. You know, I almost kind of want to make it a library so that it's a simple thing to use instead of a service, but I think this is also leading to the same madness, right? I type this, look up. You can look up libraries available to you by their ID, and yet I don't really know what that ID. Typed Noah. The lowercase version of this. Noah. Climate. Look it up. Not gonna be there. So enabling macros to all your files. Of course, in where though? Google Sheets. How to enable macros, whatever. What I don't understand is this. Do I have same level of access to all these files? They talk about sharing. Like I have to somehow share, I mean, this sort of to other files, but the way they make it sound is sort of like, well, kind of do it like this and you share with other parties, except I'm already there as an owner because I see this in the other file too. So what am I really sharing with my? Doesn't make any sense at all. With this. are bound to the Google Sheet in which they are created and can't be used outside. You cannot distribute macros as libraries or define them in sheets. You can create a catalog of macros that is available across any sheets in your drive folder. This is not as of any date. 2 months ago-ish. Perfect. I feel like I could still do this with an API. And I kind of remember I used to do this. Some Node.js and hit the API. Hit the file with the ID here. And then with JavaScript, you just say, well, read me this column or whatever. So the operations that I do in macros, I'm in Node.js. I think that might be for another day. Right now, to more progress here. So here we are with a new sheet without FM16, that we only have FM15 and synoptic metar report type, all the days, all the hours of 2010. Okay. We could try to export this right now and keep going. So I may investigate Node.js option another time, or there's a possibility I will purchase Microsoft Word, and in the desktop version maybe the macros will work just fine, that I'll be able to share it, or I don't know, multiple column selection and removing them and actually making them work in the macros will be okay, or that I don't know, when I'm editing the macro itself there will be some kind of IntelliSense, either VB script or whatnot. That seems to be a viable option. So that will be another day's affair. So for now, when we export this to JSON, let's in fact do that. I think I already prepared basics here. Let it do its job, because I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun here with the tension. Here's something, okay. So I'm thinking it considers this space as T, so I'll have to split that to break into proper hour values. That's actually fine, as long as this format is kept among all the CSV files. So copy all this. We go in here. Just the formatted version, so don't save. Close all. So essentially I'm creating a JSON file next to it. Ah, this is what I was guessing. It doesn't copy everything there. That's what's happening. Copy all, select all, and then copy. This is it. It's still not it though. 7 o'clock. Where is December 31st? It's still January 1st. January 1st. What is October 13th, 31st, November 9th, 14th, 18th, 12/09, 12/13, 12/16, 12/21, 12/24, 27, 30, 30. Okay, any more hours? 9 o'clock. Why is this even here? Okay, so here's a bit of boo-boo. This is 15, but this was supposed to be 22 o'clock. Apparently we have some more cleanup to do. But the worst thing is, okay, overnight, 31st, we are going to enter. Okay. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, move down. Noon, 1 o'clock in the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4, 5, 6. And then it resets. Oh, I think I kind of know what's happening. 7 o'clock. I see. Because this is a okay, yeah. So instead of starting on January 1st, midnight or 1 in the morning, it starts at 8 o'clock. Therefore, the file is finished with 7 o'clock. So the records are okay. It's just ordered in a bit funny way, which means it's not exporting them in this order. As you can see, this 7 o'clock is actually here, FM15. Double check some of the values, 8060 or yeah, 240. What is it? 40. This is wrong. Eight degrees, 6 degrees temp due for 7 o'clock. That's wrong. If I go to the bottom of the file, will I see 8, 6, and then 150 for the wind value? If I do that, then this is. There you go. So now I cannot even trust this. This is wrong. So what went wrong here? Because this is finished at 23, and yet here in the last record, you know what? Are you exporting sheet 1? No, that's 862. All sheets. Okay, that explains it. Because there were duplicates, so it considered one object there. Actually makes sense. Always double check your values. Triple check. 86. 650. The clock is wrong. Seven o'clock. Let's go to 7 o'clock. This is the one. So 8 o'clock. Visibility is 16, more or less. Temperature is 10 to 0. Not at all. In fact, it's actually here. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. The fact that this is turned into TZ, it's like a date time. And then there's 8 hours edit here. Consistently. If I check the next record, next object, it's going to give this the third row's values, which should be 10.0 for temp and dew. And the visibility will be 11,000 whatever. There you go. So then when we come here or here, this is actually 7 o'clock because 1 hour to midnight, 7 hours to morning, which is this. So this value also checks out. It's 8.6 whatever. Okay. So this is garbage. So why are you formatting this, sir? Why are you formatting this? You deserve a proper explanation. How does this come in? All garbage is going to be. So we are interested in this. How do you handle this? So it's with T. So when we imported you, Google Sheets decided that, oh, this kind of looks like a date time thing. Like this. That's not really helping me, right? To just go with plain text. Holy crap then. Undo. Do you do some conversion here, perhaps? Force string values. Force exported values to be string. Let me double check this file. I think pretty much everything is string anyway. String, which we'll have to write our own parser. String, 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 all string. There's rarely any value because there's always a quality check at the end of values. There's hardly anything that is a single number. It's all string. Export force string values. Visualize. Do it. I'm curious what this is gonna turn into. If it keeps the 0 here, of course it did not, because this was a string anyway, but it's actually converting a wrong date value into a string. Why are you adding 8 hours here? Where is the 8 coming here? Format. Date time. Okay, it kind of forced things to look a certain way. Let's hope this is actually it. While I'm grabbing some water. Smart enough. Still adding 8 hours. So I'm in GMT -5 or 4, whatever. We are at 5 now. We just observed daylight saving time Sunday. Where is the 8 hours coming here? You know what I'm going to do? Did that. How about this? I do something like with text to columns, but I do this as like sort of date. Leave this as date, the column name, but open another one just with time and then separate this time. Checked automatically. Oh. Because that was a formula. Is it? Okay, undo. Undo. What is this? Calculating formulas. Yeah, do that. Okay, you are back. So what if we don't do this in the filtered version, but we do this in the original version? What if we already had a column coming in here? Said, you have this. We just want to split the text to columns. We say this. Okay. Except put this here, so undo. Something like this, and you say okay. Data split text detect automatically, which you can't. Space. Now we do this for all the rest. Something like this. 10,000 records, right? So okay, that's good. Done. We are going to remove all this. Okay, so now we come here and why is this still here? It does this. Keep the original value from the it's all zeros here though. The dates are come to 23 and then overnight. Okay, so maybe because at some point I formatted this as maybe this should just be date. Okay, so now smarten up. The last record should be 11 o'clock before midnight, and the first record should be the first day 0 or the midnight. There is still that it's gonna drive me nuts. Current sheet only. Where is this 8 hours coming from? And then here's the time. Why do you even convert something like this into date time? And I think I do know why, because it thinks it's an integer and it's sort of calculating the date value, right? That it's like timestamp. So now I'm kind of more or less confident it's happening here. If we want to take this to the next step before we investigate, maybe in the original data, we are not really interested in the minute values because it's like, well, the hour value is sorry, the second value. Here is the 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Like, well, it's the exact hour, right? And here's the seconds. Well, we're not interested in that either. Which means in this time format here, in here, we do something like format now. It's about hour, but do custom date and time, and we say it's the hour, like the hour and minute. Apply. That drops off everything else. Visualize. Will it still do that 8 hour? Yeah, it's obsessed about that. It is in fact obsessed about that. So what is it here that you This is different. Yeah, I mean, there isn't really much going on here. So let's disable that again. Please do it. Um, at the expense of crashing the browser, Mr. Data Converter comes to mind. Close. Copy everything. Mr. Data Converter, paste. Unfortunately, you did not copy all this. I know that because I just hit it. You are still trying to copy it. Now it's copied because this pasted thing here is wrong. Wait. Paste. This is it. Do your job, Mr. Data Converter. It's thinking. Thinking. Such a huge file, so because this is gonna do it on sort of raw data. If it does. This is why I use other applications because I don't think it's optimized to handle that many records. However, this is disappointing too. Like, why do you keep adding 8 hours every single time? Or that it's not adding 8 hours, it's actually subtracting 4 hours, which is GMT minus 4. So it actually takes this down to 12. Sorry, 8 hours, 8 a.m. Are you done, Mr. Data Converter? Or not done? Last time this happened, it kept blinking like this, and then there was no result here. Running out of options here. I'm gonna have to do some Node.js monkey business. I think our good old friend. This is completely unnecessary territory, but CSV to JSON. It's been a while since I've done this. Yeah, this was it. I think there is a way to install this sort of in as a dev thing. And mind you, I don't actually have a repo here, right? It's all yeah, I need to create a package JSON, all that stuff. Okay, so I'd rather not, but I may have to. Is there something here that we can do to trick this so that it's not taking into account? What if I really simplified this? Let me look at the format again. Data and time. do it. Come on, man. What's this? Okay. See. This is a file thing too. This. That is file. Since we know this is 2010. I'm thinking I could get away with this, like say, this is just 0, 1, 2, whatever, 23 without the zeros. Let's pretend it is that. What if we did something like just the numbers? Then it turns into decimals. Custom data and time. What if we don't have, what if we don't only have hour? Not even this. Why? What happens to you? Smart enough to do it. But see, underlying data is still this. That's the problem. This is usually what I see. This is the underlying data. Which makes me think it's all wrong here. Coming from there. This is where things may go crazy. Date and time. I just do hour. Expecting to see 221 here and 220. Problem is, when I come here, this is still, yeah, the underlying data is still like that. Okay, so it's not taking into account the formatted value, but the original value. Okay, what if in the original, this is the underlying data, it's like 1051, but it's 22. What if we created another column here? We said, no, the hour. Said, you know what? This is what you see. This is what I feel. Do it. That's it. Sounds stupid, but here's the trick I'm going to do. I'm going to do something similar here for the date. When I come here, I'm hoping I'm going to see date, time, hour, because normally hour is missing here. It's not, but it's still taking value by reference. Which means now if I visualize, there's going to be another field, hour, with the same retarded value. Yeah. Would you happen to have a function? Delete it. Delete it, please. I thought this actually would come here. Need some kind of like. What if you actually did from the original data? Okay, calculating. So 0. Okay. But I think now I efficiently fucked this one up. So here's what we'll do. Now I don't have access to the original values, right? I do have it here. Is there a way to fix this here? Like I'm taking, this is just a reference, but sort of accept this here, right? Permanent. Data validation. Data. Because I'm going to have to re-import the CSV file and then clean up the stuff. Because when I re-import it, it's going to delete the macro. So that's going to be a brilliant thing to do. So I have it actually here, so I'll probably. Okay, here goes nothing. So we'll do could it even happen like this? Say we have it here. Actually, I have the original CSV, so I have this. So the macro will be gone. The sheet will be gone here. Before I do anything else, the macros can always be worked on. What I would like to do here is this. Let's imagine source is basically the hour. I want to do something like, well, plus hour. This. Get me the hour value of this. 0. So if I pull this down, I should see 0, 0, and then 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 2. So that's actually good news. And there's 1, 6, 1, 2, 7. So that's actually good news. Copy this. Apply this to all the keys you see here. Brilliant. Now, after we do all the monkey business, this might actually work. Now, there is a chance now let's go with the 4 hours. So let's call this hour. Most likely delete these. So there's hour, there's also date. It's the day. And this is going to be the day of the date is this for day. Copy. Go all the way down, apply. It should say 31st. Where's the month though? New month. This is perhaps how we can salvage some of these dumb fields. Here we go. That's it. Okay. So we have now whether we mark the year or not is another topic. It's this hour of the day of this month. Am I going to keep all this in 2010 JSON file? Am I mixing all the... That's another step. Let's say it's all in here in one, or in its own file, 2010. We know that this is all the days for that specific year. Is there anything else here that we might want to separate? So we can now do cleanup. Do this. Duration. This. After we clean up, we'll actually do the conditional format. Call sign, we definitely don't need a call. It's all the same station. This is something we kept. I'm still afraid this is going to be a variable. We go all the way to the end to get the chunk. So we do delete. Good. Do your thing. Whoa, 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 whoa. Undo. Include first column. Is a distinct element in addition. No, that's not what we... Okay. I was gonna say maybe I will... I'm hoping when I filter it that I'm only going to get from C and forward. So don't delete date yet. Okay, just one more thing to pay attention to. Delete. Okay. It's all fine. This doesn't matter anymore. Here. Let's be a bit more tidied up here. We call you without FM16, right? That's that. And we write that format thingy. Except not on B anymore. It's on where? It's in okay. E. The rest is the same, except it's not gonna go from 1 to 15,000. Want it to go from B to Z. You won't do that. E to AZ. It's sheet 1. Of course, it's looking for sheet 1, so we have to do it here. Gonna do it. This is not a okay, it did. It actually is a valid range if it's EE here, right? Okay, it kept the hour value perfectly fine. If you come here, we should see OD in the end. That's because we have enough. You should have roughly, yeah, this one. That's also good too. Here's the clock value. Here's the date value of the 12th month. So this looks promising. So current sheet only. Okay, smart enough. This is it. Visualize. Okay. Hour 0 of day 1, the first month. Wind value is perfect. Temperature is 16.8. Sure is. And pressure is here it is, sea level pressure 10,134. Done. And the last record is 23rd hour of the 31st day of 12th month, and the temperature is 8.6. 8 and 6. You are good. Now copy this. That was an ordeal. Okay, so that's 368,000 lines. So you save this as start. How about you do all files? Here's you. Say you are now. I just want to see the size. Actually, for performance reasons, open settings 50,000. Yeah, I agree. So here this is the original file, 4.6 megabytes. Here's, so this could actually be modified. This is after getting so many records too. Let's minify this. Let's stick this in JSON lint. Paste. Is it valid? I think it will be valid. It is valid. And I think if it wasn't valid, VS Code would actually wouldn't format it properly. There's a way to minify this. I'm not really interested in that because I'm going to have to parse it anyway. It's a massive file though. That's where we'll probably write JavaScript. Now I did some something like this last night. df1. So it's df1. 2212. 2212, right? And then 121. 121, and then we have 512, 121. That's it. The CSV is already doing it for us. I don't need to know the length of indices. That's when we had to parse different file format. CSV has already done it for us. But I still have to do the remaining part of this, which is this is what GF5, sorry, GF1, GH1. Too many damn abbreviation. Okay. It's the solar radiation. Let's say which one of those numbers mean what? Whether I'm interested in not, which means I have to pretty much read at least 110 pages of definition here. Maybe I'll never be interested in this, except I kind of remember this was an interesting. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe it was a different letter. I have a feeling after I analyzed this document yesterday and I created this, as you can see, we have more than 100 fires. This list is too conservative. There are 30 lines here, 29 to be specific. So there might be 70 more. You kind of need to know what to do with each one of them. So this is good, but we need another layer that reads this file, that makes sense of these values, that registers them in a sequential order. So we could create the proper pixel order here. I believe that's going to happen after proper break, 10 or 15 minutes. Okay, so let's check our live stream milestone. We are very close to starting the storing process smartly in Godot. It doesn't necessarily mean it's Godot specific. You could be taking your JSON data, numbers and strings, whatever, presenting it as a noise map. I have a very specific reason why I want to present the data in a graphic file. I mean, besides my own reasons, with a noise file, image file, noise image file, you could be creating a landscape like the one you are seeing. So you may actually visualize your weather data looking something like this, which might actually be kind of cool to look at. Let's chill this a bit more. So what's next? Next is I think I gotta write expansion functionality. So this file has to be broken down into meaningful chunks. For example, this one. This is the direction of the wind, and the direction, the way it's been measured, it's actually number one quality. I think this N stands for, there are different wind scales. There's like the Beaufort scale and whatever this, I think N stands for one of those. The normal winds. This is 2.6 meters per second, and the accuracy of that is, this is the ceiling, the cloud, the minimum distance to a cloud formation, that kind of. That all has to be broken down. In other words, for this batch, and basically anything that you see after the kind of like, this is sort of the metadata, like we have to go into this document. This order here is the exact same order that I have followed or found this document. So even if my file doesn't have AA1 or AA4, in most cases it's going to be either null or, well, the fact that it's null here, it means it has been measured at some point, but it's not, it doesn't exist for this one. In some other cases we won't even have this, like actually you are seeing here, AA3 and AA4 are non-existent, but we still have to take those into account. So we have to pretend that if you see AA3 or 4, this is how you resolve it. We have to write close to 100 methods. I really don't think there's any way to, there's no way of avoiding it. This CSV was a big win, so that I don't end up, last night I was trying to do regular expression in this chunk to even get the meaningful parts for say each category. So it's like GA1 to GA2, and this is not in order anyway, so it's like I would have to sort of extract this and then divide it into portions, and luckily that's already been done. Next question is whether I'm doing this JSON. This is not exactly a cleaner part, right? Sort of a parser. Whether I'm doing this in JavaScript, maybe some like Node.js thing, or GDScript. Each one has its own benefit. I'm thinking out loud. Now, here's one scenario. This scenario includes the possibility that I will never use an image file to store the data. Under normal circumstances, we would have to prepare a JSON file where all these properties would be broken down to their important bits. So that we would have something like, well, this is the wind section. I have an object statement here, and it would say speed 150. Speed 2.6, direction 150, whatever. And then you would break all this down into its own object sections for each one of these properties. If that is the case, I would actually do that in this script, because that would be the way to use the data in the game. Well, I would write the parser in GDScript because part of that parser would also be utilized in the game, kinda. Wouldn't actually, after all, the game would still read the JSON file after it's broken down anyway. I did this with Node.js. That's what I mean interchangeable. JavaScript, Node.js. It would be fine too. The way I work it out is pass, let's see. To trigger certain scripts, I pass some arguments, that kind of thing, or sort of like a collection of files. I would utilize Godot's user interface to do things like this, load files. This really has that benefit. So it's like, well, load the JSON file and then just do it. But not really a big showstopper. So I think Node.js it is. So let's start with the wind, WND. Okay. Given a file like this is a good time to write a new script. So far, I am keeping this as a script file, and there's a third one. So I'm going to keep it here. I'm going to name it file. This is essentially cleaning IST data. Well, IST is the file format they call. It's essentially climate data. So since we have been working with abbreviations like climate data simplifier, I'll call this, lose the reference, climate simplifier, cleaner, expander. Let's stupid name, right? If we write the macro that so far what we have done here to massage the data, create a column and then monkey business, delete stuff, and create a copy here, whatever. This is going to be called, get below my nose. So that is going to be a macro called climate data. It's a climate name. So this is actually going to accept arguments. Well, argument. Doesn't really know. How come you recognized all this stuff? So suddenly you realize this is a sort of Node.js context and you're going to, okay, because you weren't before. So argv2 will be what I'm passing. So in fact, let's just confirm that. Let's take baby steps. We may need fsync or fs. It's okay. So let's call this function. So we are in here. So we'll do node climate data expander, which is this. We just want to pass something like, okay, it's going to return us the argument. This argument will be the file path itself, which is going to be something like, here is under Noah, Toronto. Gotta find 2010. Forgot the shortcut that actually gives you the files that have 2010 in it. Because if I type what one of these is going to be a big list. I'm going to bring one of those, so I'll do 2000. So okay, and it's going to give me that back. So that's going to be the file. So we can actually cheat this way. Going to be the climate data. That's the file, right? The data itself is essentially this argv2. In fact, because it reads that data, could right away looked at its length and then turn the length to us. Show it again. It's 8,762 lines. Well, it's not the number of lines, but it's the number of objects in that array, which is the JSON file. And here's the proof. 7,863 minus 1, because so we are in the right file. Now for each I mean, we could call this like climate data rows, whatever. For each row, we gotta do what? Each row will have wind, WND. So let's just output the Get the first row. Okay, this is going to have wind. Use the wind. Something like this. This is what we need to clean up. So as far as I know, this wind information is composed of 5 fields. But I already did something about wind. Parse it in this way, which is this business. Is in direction. So it's direction, quality, type, speed, and then the speed quality. This is where we'll have an interesting error checking cases, because if the quality is not 1 or 2, no, sorry, if it's not 0 or 1, I think find quality there usually is a standard quality check. Type wind quality. Yeah, this is the one. Perfect. Okay. Direction angle, direction quality. This is kind of standard. Too little, too big. 75%. Nope. I'm trying to do. I'm trying to fit these two here. Wind observation, direction quality code, and wind observation. Beginning is the same. Direction quality code, speed quality code. Their values are the same. This pattern is repeating for other measurements quality code sections as well. So at any point, if the measurement comes with its own quality code, you check if it's 0 or 1, or let's talk about the bad cases. If it's 2 or 3, it's problematic. Number 6 and 7 are also problematic. So anything else is okay. In most cases, when this is missing, I see another 9 here too. Yeah, like I said, it's the normal in wind scale. There's also Beaufort or Beaufort. Might be important. We still have to make sure the fields are there. Okay. But the wind. Go about this by writing different functions. Not gonna go crazy and write object-oriented programming shit and methods and classes, all that stuff. It's your good old function. There's no shame in writing uppercase W and D. This is gonna take something or not, I don't know. It does. It does. And just call it chunk. Okay. This chunk is going to have, what was I saying? Let's look at the data. 3, 1, 1, 4, 1. 3, 1, 5. You may not see the proper values here because Americans don't start counting by or from 0. This is in essence 60, not 61. In terms of index number, there's 3 fields. Because otherwise this would be 0. This should actually be 1. This one. It should be 63 to 64. So you gotta be careful about that. But anyway, that is already kind of done for us because the length will always be coming correct in the ESV, which makes me think that maybe I should only worry about, but I'm writing a custom thing here, right? I cannot generalize this. I cannot write something smart enough to property agnostic. So say, let's just call this dump like the, then do chunks here, data split divided by comma. For wind, we are constructing something like that. Const doesn't stand for constructing. You gotta return some kind of object, right? It's going to have speed. This speed will be chunks 0. The speed quality is chunks 1. You're not liking this because okay. Let me close this CSV because I think we do have the type code, wind type. So type, this is chunks. I think there is a smarter way to do this in JavaScript now. You do something like this. Object, what was it called? Decomposition, whatever. Something like this. Yeah, type all the type. There's the speed rate. See, but this was direction and direction quality. A little bit hasty. Direction quality. Type speed, as they call it, rate. It is really speed quality. Now we don't do this. I believe we do something like this becomes. I have to remember this. It's been more than a year. So chunks is still the array. And when I do this, this returns direction. still need the log. There's probably something wrong here. I'll find out soon. Anyway, this is gonna work, and this is probably gonna do something. I don't know. Here goes nothing. Direction. Direction is not defined. No kidding. Now I'll go and read about this in here. Let's go to Mozilla's website. If I could only remember the name. I think the notation was actually this. It's the spread, yes, spread syntax. There's also a similar concept too. Variable be extended in places, but there's also the object notation that you're assigning stuff. For example, when you do this, you are basically saying, hey, I have these values, consider them here, and add the new number as 12, and the number store is just a here. Sum is accepting 3 arguments, and numbers have 3 elements. So this is in essence coming in here as if comma separated. Is that what we are looking for here? No. Ours is a similar thing, but I forgot the name. So yeah, combine to, and this is basically expanding the object. It has all key value pairs from an object. But I have an array. This array has 5 chunks. You know, something tells me there have been something like this. We'll probably say, look at this spread in object literals. So this, which is spreading this into clone object. So clone object becomes this. And then when you do this, you are adding obj1 and obj2. So if foo are shared, buzz is overwriting first one's value property. So this is fine too. It's still not what I want. Rest parameters, which is again part of the thing. Forgot the name of the technique. Structuring assignment. This is it. This is it. Yeah. So here's an array. Here's another array. Blah blah. So consider A and B as this. Rest. Output rest. But and then here, yeah, A is mapped to the value of A. So this is where you could also do some kind of swapping, like you want to write the value of b into a, you could do ba. Okay, so let's look at this case. 5 elements array, x, y, z. It's only taking 2, but I kind of want it sort of named, right? Which is similar to this idea. So this equals chunks. That this is sort of like a, that might work actually. Except they are not really defined. What is direction? If it was an object, that would be something else. If we did something like this, right? Now it's, I think, done. Remember this, array this structure. Red, yellow, green equals basic variable is. That's what we are after. I don't think this matters. Cannot access chunks, that's the problem. It's trying to do something, but what the hell is happening here? Climate data expander line 20. Chunks. It doesn't know what chunks is. It should split the data, which is WND, is this. Just return chunks, you know what? Just return chunks. So you do oh. Question number 1, what is this? Question number 2, what is this? And why is this here? Circular 1. I'm just curious to know what data is. What are you even injecting here? What is WND? So when we split, we have an error. And is there some kind of monkey business at this level? See, there is some monkey business. When I get the value of data split before it's assigned to chunks and chunks is returned, here's the raw chunks. Sorry, here's the raw data split. Here is after it's assigned to chunks and chunks turn into garbage. So I say, what the fuck? I actually apply this here. This is it. This may not even be relevant. I don't know. Let's see. That's it. Because this should work. This is what I remember. This is an awkward syntax. You think you are assigning to an array, but this means that you are creating variables, sort of an array of variables, and then the result of this array will be mapped. That's why I removed this section. In fact, now we can do anything we want. Speed, this. Here's the speed. Of course, now this has to be massaged too, because speed is a factor of 10. This has to be converted to a number divided by 10, so it's going to be 2.6 seconds. This is the one that we are reading now. So this is going to be fun and painful at the same time. My expectation at this point that when we have this file, which may get a bit bigger, but when we convert it to a noise map, we'll be able to compress it, because this isn't the kind of file you want to read. Shall see. So what are we doing with the bits here? Should we do something like, well, I don't know what speed is. Speed now should be, so in Godot we do float, or call it float or int. Here we do parse float. We gotta do like take the speed 0026, right? And then you divide this by 10. So the new speed is this. So 2.6. That's it. So now we have to normalize things. Okay. Direction is, luckily, it's increments of 10, which is rotation of the 360 degrees. We should check for these quality things. Type is, I have no idea if that type is important. I'll just leave it as it is. It's going to be one of these things. I think this is an important case, that you don't want the wind to be a squall type. When, if I recall that correctly, yeah, it's a sudden sharp increase in wind. This is a bit scary when it happens. There's also this guy. This wind force scale, yeah. That under certain speed you mark it with a number. I think this might be helpful, but problem is our data has to be marked B, and even then you don't really, well, actually if it's B, then you gotta look up in this table, right? Our 2.6 is right there, light breeze. 2.6 meters, you gotta multiply it by 3.6, which comes, well, or here. Um, oh, maybe further down in some of the detailed fields, uh, it is going to talk about something, some kind of conversion. There's average buffer. I have no idea what that is. When it says normal, maybe normal has its own description scale too. That's something to investigate later, because some of these things I saw in the. We'll just leave it as it is. Here is a funny thing though. I don't want to return one by one. This is going to return an object itself. So this, in essence, the W and D should be replaced with the object statement, so we have proper expanded fields. So I think in a way I'm gonna end up writing something like that, sort of object this, except this is going to be object. So now speed is this. Quality will check to see if direction and speed are missing and what are we doing with those. So let's save this. Here this. I mean, this still looks repeating, but I think we cannot get away. That's it. So the direction quality is 1, so maybe we could also parse those two. Worst case scenario, what I'll do is I'll go back to the chunk method. Actually created some artifacts. And what am I trying to say? So that I would do something like, well, chunk 0, chunk 1, whatever, and then parse int. Because now I'm gonna do something similar here. Direction has to be parse int. Might be okay to leave it as it is too. This will all go into its own folders and files. I don't know. Direction quality is also parse int 1. This is where maybe we'll do some kind of method here. Check if this is 1 or not. It's not. Find the previous data entry and data here, something like that, or log something. Because I have a feeling I will have to come here and then fill in some missing data. Type is n. Type could stay the same. Okay. Speed quality is also a parse int situation. Type quality. So this should return something very similar to this, except with proper numbers. So wind is ready. Now, when we do this, we'll inject this wind information back into this area. We are not at that point yet. We are in climate data expander. So we are I'm gonna create a folder there. Okay, let's do this properly. I'll have to remember something about modules. I'm gonna create a folder here. What am I looking for? Something like this folder, this one. Climate data expand. I will move this. I have a feeling I'm going to do a whole bunch of business. So let's move this expander into climate data. Let's change this to expander. Okay. I'm going to create another file that is going to be weather bits, because feel very original. Here's a function. Here's this. Was module exports or something. Exports. We do W A N D. Then we come here and we say it's all good and fine, but what is WND? WND this you require it from weather bits. So this should work the same way, except I have to change my. So I have to go into climate data and then run this on expander. And of course, I'm in here. I have to go one up. That's it. So now I can create my bits in a different file. This file is gonna get long, but worst case scenario, I'm going to write each one of those bits in their own file. So there's going to be WND and one for each, and some kind of module file that is exposing each one of them or all of them to here, and then this is the ones that are required. Well, it's not exactly object-oriented programming, but organized. This is not object-oriented programming. Module-oriented programming. We are mopping it. Okay, enough moppery. What are we doing next? Because I don't want to do the, well, let's just inject this into some structure and be done with it. So that's why there's also some sense into separating all this. So I can pretend, okay, I'm done with this. I'll deal with the next step of this later. Maybe as a whole group. So let's write what? Let's close you. Let's pull you somewhere here. What are we really writing? We are writing sig price data. Now this is something I did when I was writing the parsing Godot. Something like this register line I said, but here is register data. Okay, so this is what I would like to do. Called as incoming data, right? Or data chunk. That's what's coming really from JSON file. Such that I have this data is not going to change. Call it. Okay. But what we are trying to do here is this. This is like a constructor in a sense. So this saves us from here. When we read the climate data, one thing we gotta do though here, gotta export this to you. There's a way to expose all of them under a namespace. In fact, that would actually work like this. Do it like this. Whether bits.register data. So here's the data, which is the whole the when I did that in Godot, I was feeding the whole line. I'm not feeding CSV chunks. Yeah, okay. Because I'm not working with single lines, but chunks of data. This was a nice try. Let's say data again. Just write the sig. So can we do something here? It's 4. So take this shamelessly. What are the 4 bits? Cloud formation, the height. Let's look at the problem is besides these names don't really have any correspondence here. Guessing this is the one. So it's like 5, 1, 1, 1, 4 bits. 5, 1, 1, 1. So that might be it. Ceiling height dimension. Ceiling height. Called ceiling height. The dimension is just a fancy word for the terms of meters there. Ceiling quality code, which I'll call as ceiling height quality. Determination code. In this case, what are you? C. Statistically derived. Okay. Ceiling determination. Okay. Because then everything is a code. I don't want to type code. Type is already bad enough. And then there's the walk. Ceiling and visibility. Okay. K-walk. What are you? N. No. The code that represents whether this condition has been reported. No. So they didn't report whether ceiling and visibility are okay. We actually don't care what it is, as long as I'll just call it K-walk is the same. One might even argue that something like this could be passed to you. Height. Take this. Quality has to be some kind of parsing for sure. We'll check them one by one. Ceiling height. It's meters. 5 bits. So that's going to be parse int ceiling height. Quality is, we've already done it. There's CNN. That would be these two. They are just one-to-one, so we don't really need to mess with it. Coming in as string. And we are returning this. So don't forget to expose your function. To do something like this. Big climate. I think it automatically recognized it from the weather bits and reported it. Climate data 0. But I put something like that. So now you are going to put 2 bits of information out there, or 2 pieces of information. Ceiling height is 840 meters. Well, slowly but surely, if I implement more or less 100 more fields like this, we'll get somewhere. Patience. So after wind, we have visibility. So let's call it biz. So visibility is 4 bits too, similar. This one has 6 bits. However, in terms of parsing, it does not change. This visibility has distance, I believe. Look at the section down below. Distance. This distance will most likely have a quality code. Distance quality. That's going to be left alone. We will have variability code. Whether this reported visibility is variable or not. In other words, I think it's going to stay there or not. And it's not a variable. We don't really care. It's actually the last part is maybe important. Quality variability. Now, this is actually checking the quality of this. The quality status of a reported visibility observation variability code. It actually checks the quality of this. For our intents and purposes, variability, I still have to type this in here in the third one. And this is variability quality. That's really what it is. And I have to only do this. Was it Control Alt down arrow? No. Shift Alt down arrow. Bingo. This Control D, select multiple, paste. This is not important. We don't. Wait a minute. I do care about parsing. Okay, that was my bad. I only want to convert the ones distance quality. Distance quality should be parsed too. Variability should not be parsed. Variability quality should be parsed. This we don't care. It's a leftover from the previous. Variability itself is n. Whether it's variable yes or no, we don't care about that. Anything else converted. Although this is 5. Why is this 6 liters? Because it's actually meters. I see, because it's, yeah. So this would be 160 kilometers. That's why it's 6 here. Yeah. There's no way that can be negative. Copy all this. Porting out. Let's double check our work. Viz, comma, Shift Alt row is I have a feeling sometimes it's smart enough that it knows this is coming from. Okay, then I think all of a sudden it thinks that's an abbreviation. So let's output those 3. 16,001 and 1. Awesome. So one more gun. Temperature. I'll just duplicate this. It's going to be TMP. It's just reasons. Here we could have the minuses. So this is going to be an interesting case whether it's minus. This is simply temperature. So air temperature. And then there's the temperature quality. It's as simple as that. So both are going to be problem with copying and pasting. There's usually some mistake made. Double checking. This might be it. While I'm here, I'm going to do view, because it's exactly the same, except it's yeah, it's due temperature quality. This is gonna fit in its own part. So the fact that these two are kind of similar, it's okay. So here we'll do this twice, and I'll do temperature. Actually, you don't do that. It's going to be due. This can be due. PMP. So show it here. Temperature 16 degrees or 8 degrees. Of course, those values are wrong. because they are scale 10. So I think what we should do here is do parse float 10. This is what I'm going to do. 1.6, and this should be 0.8. We'll double check values later. With some real historical, well, this is the real historical data, but there are websites that actually do the proper display. Whether my method is converting values properly, I have to double. But I think I did this long enough. I think we could do that. Line, this was my original test case. I could be one off in the index. Do this. Oh, my original 9,000 is not there because which is you alt said. I think I did it like yeah. See, this is the I did it for this one. This, yeah, 4 o'clock one. Last day. So 4 o'clock one. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. So length minus 9, something. So mystical ever. At least we'll make it work faster next time. I think I'm one off because I remember it was 220. That's it. This is the one. Ceiling height was 780. That's what I remember. This is it. And 810.5. That's what I remember. So the CSV is the exact same thing of that IST file that I used correction values. And when I output the pressure, we'll actually see. I think the one after view is the sea level pressure. So we'll actually see with this test data that we should see 1014.8 hectopascal. Do that. Bye. That's also two values. I'll just I'll call this SLP, sea level pressure. I'll just call it pressure. Going to be pressure quality. Actually, when you see temperature, do pressure. This was a 10 scale 2, if I recall. Yeah, it is. I'll do some further conversion later. There's some this whether it's in kilopascals or hectopascals. Seems to be done. Wasn't there like a control D to duplicate it? I keep forgetting. It's in a different program. Shift Alt SLP. SLP done. So now when we output this, we are going to have 1014.8. So this is getting somewhere. Now we are finished with the think they call it mandatory data field. Observation, air temperature, viewpoint, we are done. Pressure, done. Now we get into the tricky stuff. Now, I have a feeling stream will end soon. As usual, the work will continue after stream. So in between, I might actually get some of this stuff done and out of the way. But it's kind of long, tedious work. But at least I don't need to parse according to certain lengths. That's done. So now we have to parse individual bits here. So let's go with cannot really trust this order. We kind of can, but we shouldn't. Because I predict there will be a few missing here. Like AB1 is missing already. Yeah. Mind you, I have no idea whether AB1 is an important deal or not. I had to collect them for data safety reasons. Liquid precipitation monthly total identified. So it might be important for picking averages. Thing is, in that report, it did not any importance apparently. So for AA1 or AA4, how do we handle 4 of these? Because do I write 4 methods? Because another question is, although I'm doing a test case here, I think I'm going to have something like this for each one of these references. These are actually function references. Could actually do something like this. Imagine this is all in an array. This is like this. Ordered them. Do something like for each sort of like func call, and then you pass a parameter which is this happens that will maybe get the string value of this. It's going to find this, and then this is going to be inside another loop, and then it's going to call each function with the proper data chunk and then replace it. Crazy. Okay, that's kind of done. So in other words, am I writing all the individual AA blocks, or am I even making another sort of grouping inside? Because I do have some cases where I have this is 4. Okay, this is how I should count. So line number 1 normally would be 1, but I have 3 extra, so 3 extra, 5 extra, so it's 13 extra, 18, 21, 28, 36, 39, 44, 45, 6, 7, 49, 51, 52. This is one of 52. Did I say 50, 8, 60, 62, 64, 6, 71, 76, 81, 84, 83, 4, 5, 86, 6, 12 more here, 98, 100, 101, 103, 105. So 105. I might end up writing 105 individual functions versus 88. So that's 17 somewhere my did I say 125? Okay, I'm tired. I think I said 125 and I ended up writing 105. Suddenly the gap doesn't seem that many, yet it felt that many. Um, count again. Yeah, let's just write it into a different. Or just write it here. I don't care. Say this actually has 3 extra, right? 5. I'll just add all of them up. You know what? Pretend that this is all 1. Okay. Okay. Change the ones that are foul. 3, 5, 7 more, 8 more, 3 more, 5. See, that's the tricky part. Okay, see, I think maybe 4, 1. I think I'm tired. Normally I'm good. This is actually 4, 4, 8, 6, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3. This is actually 8. The CO1 is already there. So if it was CO1 and CO9, it would be 9. Use out of the one off. 2, no, 3, because we're including the first 3, 3, 6, 6, 6. All valid. 4, 3, 2, 2, 2, 7, 7, 3, 2, 3, 3. It. Now smarten up and add this. 198, and I think that 88 was the default, so it's sort of 105. So I think I ended up writing the correct. Yeah. So this was more or less correct. Nevertheless, am I writing 17 more or less functions? How do I even divide this up? If I consider as RH function. think I might. Let's just be a bit adventurous here. A1, A4, okay. We'll do something like, I don't know. What's even the number of fields? We don't know. Go and find out. A1. So it's 4. It's 2, 4, 1. Sorry, that's not really important. It's just this number here. This is the AA generic. Besides the data, we take indicator index, indicator differentiator, flux capacitor, solid index, indicator index. So this is, the name is period quantity in hours. The quantity of time over which liquid precipitation. May have to later come and type this as I think 9 more minutes and I'll call it a night. Period quantity, depth dimension, quality code. Occasionally, the quality is measuring something not what's coming before, but okay, this is the duration. This is the depth. This is how that condition is. Liquid precipitation data, because they are all kind of liquid. Because this doesn't really say which one of these is actually. Period quantity. The period length in terms of hours. I'm calling it period length. Okay. This is the depth of liquid precipitation that is measured at the time of this is how much rain collection is gonna depth condition. This denotes whether this guy was a trace value. Let's look at our value. There is no value. Is there a, if there is a value, it is going to be of something like this. No idea of course. It's 06 blah blah 91. 06, so 6 hours. Depth is 0. 9, which is missing. So then why did you even bother to write this? Then, well, you successfully measured that it's missing. And then there is another 24 hours, which is 0. So in other words, this is a useless piece of information, also known as piece of. Okay, can we find some other example where things may look a little bit more prosperous. 6 hours, 5 centimeters. No, 5 millimeters. Sorry, my bad. Not a scale of 10. No, it is a scale of. It's actually half a millimeter. That's what it is. And then 9 and 1, which is missing. Okay, so in other words, this being 1 and this being 9 doesn't really have that much impact on this. It's as if there's a trace amount of rain, liquid accumulation. It's a half a millimeter. That's not really a trace. Anyway, close to 0. Either way, condition. We'll call this condition. And quality code is, yeah, normally when this is labeled, it's actually marking quality of what it's as if it's kind of talking about the quality of all these 3 bits here. Sort of, pressure quality, and this is sort of quality, just generic quality. Weird. Period length, depth. I have a feeling I'll have to well, I have to return them anyway. Period length 0.6. That's in terms of hours, so that it has to be a parse int. Period length. This when we take that, it's actually 10. We don't have to scale it. Depth dimension, that has to be scaled. That has to be, actually, that was good. Take this. Depth. Why are you doing this? Divided by 10, it's millimeters, whatever. This is going to be parse float naturally. Condition is going to be just a number, so you have to shorten that one up here. So let's do this down. Quality is also a number, so that is, except it's just quality. Just quality. In other words, delete it. What is happening to you? Expected. Oh. Okay, now the only thing that is missing here is this is a generic AA thing, splitting the data. So I think what I have to find out next is, at this level, when I'm going to call for this particular example, I need to be able to call 4 AA functions, so that I'm not doing AA1, AA2, that kind of thing. I have to call AA function 4 times with the proper index, so that actually it reads each one of these sections. So I'll do that some other time, probably off stream soon. But it's kind of bedtime in the house, so I have to call it a night, and that's it. So it's conference week. Most likely tomorrow or Friday at some point, I'm going to find some time to stream more. And Good to see where this is going. For the time being, that's it. Have a great night. See you later.